Alrighty, we are back. Same Ruins of Tearyn time on the same Ruins of Tearyn channels. Do I have it? No. Right. Do all my pinned comments. Get this going. Sorry, just doing some usual blue sky stuff, post stuff. Alrighty. New short. Registry of Chronicles. Okay, let me go. Holy moly. All the things to do. Go live. Okay. I think I've done my posts. Am I okay, I'm not muted. Get some tunes going. I'll just do some leave a lo-fi. All right. down tad. And I think we can finally get to it here. All right. Get up my checklist up here. I don't have too much on the agenda. All right, so I need to actually open up the other map. And I'm going to finish the Registry of Chronicles stuff here. Or I guess the map system here. That's what I'm working on. All right. So a couple last things to test over here. So, I need a bunch of loot, sort of. Let me think. What's going on with the... All right. So I think all of these should work. I probably need to test them. Yeah, I'm just going to need to test them. I will quickly do, if I go to database, do loot, crafting, results. And all these, I'm going to make them stackable. By 10. Hello, Jestra. Nice to see you. It really bothers me that sometimes my Perforce does not want to. It checks them out, but doesn't make them writable, which is really annoying. And you can't save until you manually do it. Alright, so I'm going to do an override spawner over here. Put that there. Oh, yeah. Got my next short up, the Registry Chronicles one. So hopefully it explains it somewhat well. But it literally just came live 30 minutes ago. But the one from yesterday is up to 890 views, which is not too bad for my account. My last one, it beat my last one at 783 views, and it's only been out a day. So, whereas the other one's been out for months, probably. So, better than last one. I'm happy there. Improving, learning, improving. That's all that matters. All right, I need to get the whole widget stuff settled before I even test this stuff. All right, so I got all these in. They're all labeled correctly. And now I really like how it's looking too. Being able to open the map and see which camps are being updated. All right, this is going to get really messy. Can I, let me see if I can consolidate this at all. Because it's going to get very messy for this section at the moment. So this can basically, thank you. Yeah, hopefully it kind of comes across. It's like trying to, really merge those. I even did like a cheesy, like almost infomercial part there. It's like, oh, quest hubs are so terrible, and it's all grayed out, I thought that was kind of just funny. All right, so yeah, I can do a lot here to condense this. We're going to basically do this. With this. And then this to here. And then all of this can become a function. Function map or map camp power level update. And then these get combined. I can put this one on top. And this one is the widget. Yeah, that video was a lot more focused on what you were talking about. Okay, cool. Good to know. I like that feedback. My short is going to be here is the cash shop, and where all the money is your wallet. We'll go. Yeah. All the important details, right? This is how it works, and this is where your money goes from your wallet to my wallet. Done. All right, this should be massively cleaner here. Oh, bugger off. All right, back here. And so already, this is a crazy amount cleaner. Burp. Because I should be testing this before I do it all, but whatever. I'm going to wing it and hope it works. Consolidated, yo. You've been clean coded. You got served. Burp. 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 Actually, these guys go there. And then all this. Back it up. Burp. Burp. Alright, so now we need to add like 19 more of these. So I've cleaned up the one part of it, but eventually I'll have to clean up the next part of it. But what system are you making from scratch? Undead. Skeleton. Animal. It's all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, goblin? I don't think I did goblin. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we look at the map, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So what do you think is better, an NPC for cash shop or a window you can open anywhere? If you're going for my direct experience or opinion, my opinion is that I hate cash shops in game because it breaks immersion. And so if I did a cash shop, I'd almost put it at the game menu at the very start of the screen. But obviously that sort of defeats a bit of the purpose of a cash shop. It like makes you, it breaks like the more dark patterns of using a cash shop. And so, but like I hate cash shops that are in game because every time you open that or see that menu, you're breaking immersion in your game. And I hate that philosophy of it. And so if I had to have a cash shop, I'd probably stick it at a game menu when you log into the game, like you maybe at the character select screen or something like that, and that's where you have to purchase stuff because it separates the immersion and the non-immersion. But if your game heavily relies on a cash shop, then you probably just want, a menu in the game to do it. I think if you're putting it in the game where you can get to it in game, you might as well just make it a menu that you can access anytime, because that's the purpose of doing it. If I did it the NPC way, it would have all of the same UI as the other NPC, but they would just use a different currency. And so, it's up to you on how much you want to push that cash shop in people's face, and how much your game and your company relies on that cash shop. If it heavily relies on it, you probably just want a menu always accessible to access it, and don't do the NPC thing. I know New World, I think, did the cosmetics NPC thing, and you'd have to you use the UI to go just buy cosmetic points or whatever it was, cosmetic currency, and then you would go to the NPC to purchase and use those currencies. So they did both in New World, I believe. And so the cash shop was like UI menu you could access anytime, but then to use those cash shop items or currencies, you'd have to walk to an NPC and purchase stuff through that. All right, so just making sure I have my names right. So spawn manager. Wait, what's that one? Why does it have nothing on it? Oh, I forgot to do this one, I guess. World, elemental, fire. Orc 01, Spider 01, Earth Elemental, Mercenary 02 is over there. So that matches. Yep, that matches. Don't think I'm good on all these. That's weird. Why does the stag one show? Oh, because it has tag in it. That's funny. World animal. Okay. Alrighty. I think those are good. All right. So once again, we need like 14 more of these. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 12. It was 15, I think, of these. And this is Orc01. So we're going to do power level. Power level world, so don't confuse these. Orc01. Then Orc02. Spider 01. Spider 02. Mercenary. Water elemental fire. Oh, earth. Fire is next. Earth. Fire. Water. Shadow. Golem. Undead. Skeleton. Then animal. And goblin. Alright, so now I need to go around testing a bunch of these. I'm going to first test. Make sure all these did get the update, right? Yeah, okay. Let's go test the newbie yard first, and I'll loot up. Hello and not animosity. What are the goals for playtest? A lot of it is the newbie yard. So, like, from a gameplay perspective, it's a little bit of the newbie yard. It's a little bit of the pacing. The number one goal is always stress testing. And trying to, that's why I'm kind of in a big promotional phase with shorts. And I did the post on Reddit. This is the post I did on Reddit to just try and get testers involved. Our playtesting for, ever since the first playtest in April of last year, has always been trying to find out how many people we can fit on a server. That's always been the number one goal for playtesting, because that lets us maybe expand how big the world is. That makes, maybe it caps us on how big the world is. Maybe lets us have more AI and enemies in a world to be more content dense. I have I have network profiling enabled as well for this test, so I'm going to be getting some data on um, how replication's working and if it's at a good state. Um, there's a lot. I think a lot of our systems are finally coming together as well on feeling like a more unique MMO. The combat system with rotation ruins, the Registry of Chronicles are my new camp philosophy, which I'll show you right now since I'm about to test it. But I need to get some loot things here. One second. I need. So where's my override? Let me bring this over here for a second. So we're starting to really get our systems in place. And crystal, okay, meta, morph, crystal. Bandit, let's modify the stack and just do like 10 of each. Oh, min, max, yeah, that should be good. I don't know why this is locked at 2. It's so weird. A little bit of the new player experience as well, because you get one ability per level now, and so understanding how that feels too is useful. It just shrunk down. Oh, is it because? Oh, okay. That's why it's shrinking down. Okay, I understand that now. It's because of the settings within that thing. Um, and then the other goal, obviously, is uh, granted I probably only need about 20 people playing for this, but record new footage for updated trailer. That's my other big goal, because my current one on the Epic Game Store is so dated. Like, it's not even the same world. Um, it's a nice one to have, like, on my YouTube channel and stuff, but it's not that 1 minute, you know, flashy, catchy trailer that really kind of gets people interested. And I've seen some people, maybe it's the Zoomer generation or whatever, but uh, I've seen some people like completely shiver and cringe just in the first 5 seconds of how slow I talk. It's like because I'm kind of being sarcastic, but just like the slow pace of the video makes their spine crawl. Um, and so it's just kind of funny. Like I need that 1 minute trailer that tries to just really kind of encapsulate the experience. And as an MMO, you can't really do that without a good trailer with lots of people walking around. But I've seen some people as I watch them like look into the video, like within 5 seconds they pause it. I'm like, I can't listen to this, just like it's like, so funny. Uh, all right, Crystal Bandit, Bear, Deer. Water. All right, I'm good. All right, so first things first, we're gonna move myself over to. Just gonna move myself from camp to camp. But we get 20 people to play test, you can't really stress test. Yeah, I mean it's I'm up to the you know stress testing is all about, hey, here's my game, come stress test. And if they show up, they show up, right? So um, I don't have the luxury of just like doing some sort of roll call and so yeah, no, we're absolutely targeting like a hybrid of classic WoW players and EverQuest players. Um, we always say that we're EverQuest, and like if we're EverQuest and WoW had a baby, that's what we're trying to target. And so we're trying to be somewhere in the middle of that. But at the same time, like how we differentiate ourselves from like Monsters and Memories and Pantheon is that we do believe in modernizing a lot of features and quality life features. So in that regards is yes, you have a map. No, you're not going to probably have 2-hour corpse runs and corpse recoveries. Um, we want to kind of move beyond that. Yeah, we do want a punishing death system. We don't know what that is yet, but we take like from classic WoW hardcore, like having a harsh death penalty does make you a more social game. So how do you balance that with staying casual? A lot of casual players and not scaring too many people off. Alright, so this is a goblin camp. Let's make sure it works. Define the goblin. Golem. Goblin. There it is. I do need to, I mean, as long as it shows plus, I'll just make sure. I'll just make sure it works. That's not what I wanted. I'm just going to set this to 10 seconds. Just to make sure it's working. Yeah. Stupid thing. Make creatable. And then there's like nitpicks of stuff we're choosing from. Like we want to take potentially in some way like the Chronicles, Registry of Chronicles has a little bit of skilling aspects. Like maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but there is a little bit of skilling aspect of the Registry of Chronicles for from RuneScape. I need to look into why RuneScape is considered to have good quests. I know they're more thought out, better story with them. And so that's the idea of questing for Tearyn, is like they're actually well thought out quests and narratively driven things that are good to experience. They're not just fetch or collect quests. So there's that aspect of things we want from that. We're going to be very tier based, so we really want you, like, there's not going to be catch up mechanics in outside of, hey, can you, other player, can you power level me or give me a bunch of great gear I can use? There's not going to be, hey, here's how you rush to, pay $20 to rush to level 80 or something. Those won't exist. And so this is the camp system. So if you're familiar with any type of EverQuest gameplay, it was a social construct that you would go to some monster thing, and you would camp that monster as a group, right? And it was completely a social construct. Even in Monsters and Memories, they're like still having petitions about fighting over camps. And I'm trying to take that social construct and make it into an actual game designer system. And so each of these is a camp that's eventually going to have unique bosses from each one that are fun to fight against, and then have unique loot that you can get. I also need to, it would be really nice to have some GM controls to maybe show the lock on these. Wondered how I'd do that. Oh, technically I can do it through the camp spawners now, or the spawn managers now. Alright, so that goblin one worked. On to the next. So this one is spiders. Working so far. My position on my map is like way off right now, but whatever. And so this system here is, you can, as you fight stuff, they have a chance to drop their essence. And we have a trade skill called Metamorphosis. And you can basically create crystals. And those crystals will end up allowing you to increase the levels of each of these camps. So you can eventually get better loot, better XP, you can stay there longer, these type of things. And now I can just walk over to the bandit camp. I should have got the mage out for this. Bandit. I could move that over a little bit. So I'm just making sure they drop in value. Take 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds it drops. Normally it's going to last for like an hour, and then it slowly goes down. So it gives people a lot of time to go craft the stuff they need. I'm going to go quickly get... I probably don't even need to get the mage, but... And this one is undead, which I should be able to use any one of these. So ghost. Did I mark this one as undead, or did I mark it as skeleton? So I'm gonna put. Maybe I need to do zombie here again. I kind of like the skeleton here. I'm gonna keep it a skeleton, and then I need to rename. I think. So skeleton, and then the tag is skeleton, and then UBR skeleton. But then I think I need to change the label. When you hover button. Is it? Okay, I did name it. But yeah, in today's day and age, you have to, like, when you're building an MMO from the start, I mean any game really, you need to try and identify your audience right away. And with MMOs, you need to go niche AF, you know. +1. This is orcs. Alright, so that one did not work. Oh, there it goes. It was just some lag at the start. Alright, those are all working. So save all. Now I can go to the other map. This one I will use the, I need to change my character in the cloud. Alright. Now we go over here. And I guess I'm just going to start here and we'll go through. Actually, let me quickly turn the teleport spell down to a low cooldown, and this will make it so much easier. Excuse me. Mage. Teleport. .5 cooldown, baby. Yeah, hopefully, some of my shorts take off, get the word out, and we have a decent playtest. Oh, the mage is broken. What? Let me check. Let me bug fix that real quick. Come on. Progression. Huh. That's interesting. Why isn't the mage progression loading? Interesting. Okay. I'm just gonna do teleport mage. I need to put that in my bug notes. Mage progression abilities level not loading. Okay, it worked that time. Interesting. All right. Am I just lagging right now? Why? Okay. It's just. Alright, weird. Alright, this is the orc camp. It's correctly going. I can just start going to the next one. Spiders. They're going. Elemental earth. Right, earth could use a few more elemental earth. More spheres. Alright. It's doing it, but not showing, so something's wrong with elemental earth. Not working. Naming issue. Probably underscores. Next up. Mercenaries. Alright, that works there. Should also work from here. Okay, work there. So maybe I need one over here as well. Oh, that's supposed to be the river, so they're not supposed to be there. Yeah, it works there. And it should also work here. Yep. This is the elemental shadow. That one's working. Spiders again. Now goblin. Goblin. Alright, there's one's definitely supposed to work here. Okay, works here. Alright, that's working. Orc again. So far so good. Only one messing up. Water. Now this one is undead, which should take ghosts, zombies, skeletons, or reapers. Alright, it is. We need more spheres. That's skeleton. Skeleton or undead. Don't you think the developer art will throw up a lot of people? Yeah, it is. But it's just the nature of being like we're only a year into this, right? So we're more focused on, like it absolutely already is. So that is a guaranteed fact. But it's one of those things that I'd rather focus on systems and have a functional, like big group of systems and gameplay. And then once that I feel is relatively polished, then work on custom art. Because if I focus on art now, then systems won't be polished, and they might come in and they might not just like it anyways, right? So that works. The multi things work. And again, it's one of those things, and like every MMO, um, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what type of game you are, but if you're in open development, people will judge you based on the quality of your art. And you know, lots of games like this went through it. Like the entire ARPG genre, like the top 5 ARPGs went through very open development. All of them had ridiculously shit graphics at the start, but they focused on gameplay, and as a result, they slowly grew over time. Like you look at Path of Exile, you look at Grim Dawn. You know, there's plenty of others. Basically, like the top 5 ARPGs all had this journey of like having really shitty graphics, but they doubled down on gameplay, and then over time improved their graphics. And as a result, they created good games. Golem. Alright, so Elemental Fire is messed up as well. It's an underscore issue, I'm sure. Elemental Fire. Skeleton. Yeah, that's working. And then lastly, the Mercenary 2. But again, this is our very long-term project, right? And it's a double whammy. It's not just to make a great MMO. It's also to prove how good Vertical Third is and to improve Vertical Third. So we'll get there. And it'll take some time, but yeah, we'll get there. So this one is all animals: boar, deer, bear, moose, wolf. I think that's everything. Yeah, beautiful. All right. So first up, and I think I showed you my temporary art that I'm working on. Like I've created a base model. We're trying to like do elevated low poly and stuff. And okay, world earth elemental. What am I doing on the? Okay, I spelled it wrong. Or the format's wrong. World elemental earth. And same thing for fire, I'm sure is over here. World elemental fire. Actually, why is that? World elemental fire. World elemental fire. That's strange. Maybe I didn't use it in the right spot. And, you know, I've done a big cram session, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, a little bit of crunch over the last 2 months. I feel like there's just an opportunity for this project to potentially get somewhere because of the state of MMOs right now and like a lot of the drama that's kind of happened. But it still is a so-called project that we typically are not or barely even part-time on it, you know. So we're trying to, you know, build a little bit, work on pitch decks, pitch a bit, that type of thing, try and raise money. You know, and obviously this one's very big on playtesting. So we build a little bit, playtest, update pitch decks, and like the cycle repeats, right? And so last year was largely about our just the more technical infrastructure of things and getting persistency working, getting getting zone to zone loading working, those type of things. Whereas now it's a bit more focused on gameplay design and systems, and which will lead into classes and things. So why isn't that working? Why did it work for this guy? Elemental Shadow. That's strange. Alright, maybe I just didn't, maybe I just was in the wrong spot. I don't know. I'll move this one like here. Duplicate. But yeah, it's just the nature of doing anything open development. Like, we literally were pretty open about development a month or two after we started the project, right? Like, started project in like November, December of 2024. In January, we had our announcement trailer, like 2 months after we started the project. And then was it March? We were on the Unreal Engine live stream, you know. That's like 3 to 4 months after we started the project. And so, and obviously we can do that because we had vertical third. So we're not like a bare bones game. All right, so I think those are working now. World Elemental Fire. Okay, I think I fixed this one. Elemental Fire, I think those are fixed. And that might not be an issue at all. It's just a loading issue. This one also might need another sphere, just like right here. And so we're really trying to break down all of the requirements we need, especially like level design tools we need, level design structure. You know, how many AI in a level is too many? How many players can we fit in a level? You know, again, we're not in alpha. We're in pre-production. You know, barely at pre-production, figuring things out. And so it's okay to just have not everything solved. It's okay not to be, you know, presentable to the entire, you know, player base. It's going to be a subset of people that like to try stuff early. These things. I think that's working. It's just whenever you start up the game, there's just so many stuff being replicated. It just lags out a little bit. There it goes. So fire's working now. And then, what was the other one? Earth. And even things like this, where like I'm getting a lot of pauses when I start and stop the game. That's partly due to some unoptimized stuff. Um, the nature of using a lot of marketplace assets. They're not all using like a master material properly. Some things might be more intended for um, environment world. Like I know our landscape material is kind of heavy. Um, those things. All right, now this guy should be pushed up shortly here by a bunch. Maybe. Hello. Oh, it's going to the wrong one. So that's skeletons. So that's not set right. I think it's the tag. World undead. World undead. Okay. Now it should work. I don't know if I finished my thought, but like just how like the level loads and stuff, just like editor performance does matter too, And so um, having better ways to break your levels down into different parts so you can test them a little bit faster and easier. Like have the newbie level separated from this level to make it a little bit faster. Is one thing I did. And so now I have this idea, like I'm figuring out the technical aspects of how to break down every level for future levels. And it goes into like this is the main world. There's tons of levels, right? There's NPCs, there's water, exploration things, and if I open these up individually, if I go to enemies, it's literally just all my enemy spawners. And so in the future, if I hire someone and they need to modify, a spawn timer or what spawns here, all they have to do is open up this level. They don't even have to open up the main world at all. And it's pretty obvious if you know the level and have walked through it of where things are. And so, and you can obviously tell. And eventually, I'll have a better naming scheme even for these. Like that's the other thing is I can have all these get renamed through tools based on what they're being spawned, what they're actually spawning, and so then there is further organization of things. And then over here is obviously the main world with all the spawners over there. And then so just like really breaking things down and having some form of process of how you're designing your levels, and creating an actual workflow that you could eventually teach other people to do, and have every single level follow the same workflow patterns and everyone knows how they're broken down. And so that's a lot of the things I'm trying to do right now. I might throw up another random short today. That's a clip from my one of my other videos. Okay, so that one's working. I think I need to double check the earth elementals. What are you doing? Come on now. There we go. Alrighty. That one works now. So that was all of those are now working. So the camp system is complete for this patch. And so the last things I need to do, okay, so this is done. And I'll just update my patch notes. I think I have a UI thing here. Or did I do it? I think I did it here. All right, now, last thing over here at this place is to update this next, all the levels over here. And so right now, I'm considering this from roughly about 1 to, newbie yard's going to be level 1 to 8-ish. Which means, and then you end up teleporting to the tavern. And then from there, you can go out and do these camps. So I need to make these camps roughly, probably like a little bit harder than you would arrive, like level 10 to 13 as a level range, I think. And I think I'm mostly going to basically make everything. This actually might be very easy to do. Let me just open up the enemies level. because the right now this whole experience ends at like I think I cap you at level 15. So I might as well, for the sake of it right now, have all of these at, I need to deselect the managers. That's not what I wanted to do. What? Okay, maybe it's working. That's weird. Alright. Apparently I have to do that. And then scroll down to managers. And now these are all going to be custom level. We'll make them all 10 to 13. And we're going to go in here and do the... Alright, so this is going to be... We're going to make this patrols all 14. Because patrols are supposed to be harder, and that's typically where bosses are as well. Uh, 14, 14. I think that's all of them there. Save. And then I do know I might need the actual level for this one. And so that is going to end up making this the fun part of today, which is making loot and bosses for the newbie yard. And hopefully I finish that, and then tomorrow is a day of QA. And so I know this guy is going to be a boss spawn. And then these guys are already set to boss spawn. This one here is already set. I think there's a spider spawn that's not a patrol. That's also, yeah, it's a boss spawn. And then this guy is a well. Boss spawn. These guys are the patrols. One of these might be, yep, that guy's a spawner, boss spawn. So that one. this one's a boss spawn. I need to hide the current. That's not supposed to show up. All right. I think that's them. One of these should have a spider boss. I think that's all the static spawn ones. Oh, there might be an orc one. But yeah, when you get to this stage, I want you to be able to just like pick a direction and go. And like everything's kind of like an option to go level at. Especially when you start farming their essence and stuff. And so that's why I'm just making everything a possible thing. And then, yeah, I think that area's done. And then I could do just one more of these. Duplicate. Let's bring it over here. All right. Patch notes. I need to figure out a way to name these areas, but I don't have an area right a name for them yet. Leveling. Newbie yard is now roughly levels 1 through 8. Main world is now levels, or I should say enemies are now 10 to 13, I think I said, with patrols and boss spawns / placeholders at level 14. Now, what did I do? I don't have bosses here yet, but what did I do for this guy? 4 to 7. Okay, so 4 to 7. Oh, so leveling. So it's kind of a little bit different. Enemies. 4. Yeah, I'll do 4 to 8 or 1 to 8. Like leveling flow. Newbie yard. Leveling should be from levels 1 through 10-ish. Main world. Leveling should be from 8 to 15-ish. All right. I think I can put a pin in that and call it done. I could do this, but it's less useful when you don't have the proper enemies for it. So I think this kind of takes a bit of priority. Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to do an AFK, get some food, and then start on some enemies and bosses. And the one thing that I will do, I'll probably take like a 30-minute break. But I'm happy to just like get feedback on just abilities you want to see in the game. I'll throw them in. We might do some rapid fire enemies. Because it'd be nice to have at least 2 bosses per camp. So it's roughly 10 little bosses you could possibly find, and then, you know, potentially at least 10 to 20 pieces of loot that might feel a little bit different or interesting, even if it's just a stat boost. You know, it's fine too. Something to look forward to. But yes, I'll take a break. I'm gonna throw my BRB screen up, and I'll probably be back by roughly 6 p.m. PST. That's 1 hour. Thank you for watching, and I'll be back soon. All right, I am almost done, people. I'm sorry it's taken a little bit longer. I am now eating my food. Um, so I'll be back shortly. All right. Holy moly. I think I'm going to do no music for a while. That was some delicious frozen pizza. Gluten-free frozen pizza. It was chicken Alfredo, though, with some extra sausage on top. All right. So we are at the stage of bosses. So we need a goblin guy. You never guess what happened. What happened? An elephant ran through your door. Was that right? I added a new currency to a structure. Is that the punchline? Is that it, or is there more? Now I have to refresh all nodes and every... Oh, okay, so this is the fix for that. Now, I don't know if you have Perforce. Um, this is some stupid Unreal problem. What I do um, is basically when you're modifying structures that are like riddled through your blueprints and stuff, I basically close it out of the editor. I reopen it and making sure that when you reopen it, you're going to a blank level. And so in multiplayer, you have the transition level. And so I always set that as the default editor open level. Because if something's crashing in a level, it never has to open that. As a like massive data table based structure, this happens. This has happened to me in the past quite a bit, and so um, and then you would go into your structure, um, whatever, crafting. You would go in here, modify it here, hit save, just on the struct alone, and then quit. Then you would quit out, and then it'll prompt you to save everything else, but you hit don't save, and then when you reopen it, it's all good and dandy. I know that's kind of a weird scenario, but I've been through that problem. You can try. There is a. Let me see if I have one on my desktop. This may now the annoying part is you still will have to. That fixes it. That like makes it so errors don't pop up. When you get to packaging, there's going to be some stupid errors probably thrown, and you have to go in and like adjust them slightly. Do I have a recompile all? There is a way to start to do a recompile all as well. Desktop old. Unreal Engine recompile all. There is a command that you can run. Where is it? So if you create a shortcut, it's like this. Is something I'll link this. There's basically a way you can run, and sometimes it helps, like, fix most blueprints, but you still have a couple left over. Um, in that post there, that's the one by Casper M. He just talks about, maybe it's, oh, this would be the better thing to link directly. And that lets you basically run your project. Obviously, you have to rename it, the command line to your project, um, and create a shortcut of the UEFI4 editor -command.execute or whatever. And it'll do a whole recompile on every blueprint you have, and that can help like reduce the amount of things you can go through. Sometimes it doesn't work, but just this is a reference. So yeah, again, I would start my project up. Just so I'll literally just go through it with you, and so let me save all and do submit. I could use this submit before I do boss stuff, anyways. So I'll go to say the crafting. I'll change the crafting. It'll just add something here, and this is just something new, right? I hit save. I check that out and hit save again. But then when I quit, it's gonna prompt me. Usually it prompts me for other things to save, and I hit don't save as I quit out. And then when you reopen it, now everything gets reloaded properly. It's some sort of like memory issue where if all of those structures and blueprints are in memory, you make that change in the source struct, and then Unreal is trying to retroactively change everything in memory to be updated to the new struct, and then it crashes. For me, it's always crashed during that time. I don't know if that's what happens to you, but so now if I go to a crafting blueprint, is it recipe? Yeah, recipe. You did get a crash. And so now if I go to the recipe, something new is there. And there's no issue. And obviously in my project, I have 349 recipes right now. So if you have these in memory and you make a change to the original struct, it just like it tries to update everything in memory and it just causes a crash. Or like Unreal just doesn't handle it right. Whereas you basically, when you close out of the editor, you're clearing your memory. You open into the transition level. It's a blank level. Nothing's referenced. You open just the source struct that you want to edit. You make the change. You save the struct, and you close out, and you don't save anything else. Now, with that in mind, if it's a very important struct that's going to do a lot of other things, yeah, so that's something that ends up, you kind of have to do that eventually anyways, because even with the thing I just told you to do, that's like a safe way of doing it to not cause crashes and like not have like weird bugs throughout your blueprints. But when you go to package your game, you still have to, you're going to get these stupid mix match struct errors. Um, and that's exactly what you have to do. You have to go to sometimes I would have to go to the my interfaces and my structs go back to crafting, and like sometimes I'll have to literally like, literally do news and like change it, and then it refreshes the damn struct, that type of thing. Um, yeah, so yeah, I can click that. I'm just gonna revert, revert, and then close out. Don't save. So you see there, I had that one recipe opened. It tried to modify it because the struct was his reference. But basically, when you're modifying structs in blueprints, um, especially if you have a lot of those blueprints and things, you want to just safely do a clear everything out of your memory is the number one. Make the change, and then you reload. So yeah, I've been there, dude. I know it's such a stupid problem, and it only seems to hit a point when you have too many of them. Um, when you have too many of them in memory. If you don't have many in memory, it usually is not an issue. Um, all right, back on track here. So I'm just going to go into my mechanics testing level for this. That'll just be faster. And this is exploration. I don't need that. Don't need a lot of these things. I'm just going to clean this up a little bit. I'll leave just one of these for now. I don't need the NPC. And most of these, I don't need any of these either, I don't think. Because I've changed those. I'm just going to get rid of these. I don't think I need these either. I'll leave those. That's kind of a pain in the ass to set up, so I'll leave that. What is that? I'm just going to delete those. Those are like duplicates of this, I guess. Yeah, those are fine. This guy, don't need. Respawn's fine. Alrighty. On to some enemies. So, in the newbie area, we're going to have a goblin, a skeleton, probably a zombie, or just skeleton, I think it was, an orc, a bandit, and a spider. We're going to start with one. And so let's plan these out a little bit. So the key here is we want different feel to all these. And so we have like 2 melee. We have a melee orc already. So the orc is going to be a caster or caster/ranged. Skeleton, we don't have anything yet. Oh, we have a ghost too. Ghost. The ghost in the current one is melee, so this one has to be ranged. A good variety. The current spiders are mostly it is. I think the one I have is mostly just has a poison dot or something. So this one will do like something ranged-ish or hybrid. Maybe they do AoE. Melee plus AoE. Bandit, we don't have a bandit in the main one, so this one's going to be make this one sort of roguish, maybe fast hitting or something, dual wield. Skeleton, we don't have one yet, so we can do whatever we want here. Maybe he spawns other skeletons. Maybe it's a pet. Well, we do have the king that does a lot of skeleton pets, so it's kind of like a little redundant. I'll probably make him a melee. He'll be some sort of melee thing. And then the goblin, I have a ranged goblin right now. Let's do a caster goblin. Or maybe some sort of like Shadow Knight goblin or something, or some sort of hybrid. Let's think here. So, okay, we're planning these as a whole because we want a lot of different, a lot of varying bosses that feel different as a whole when you go through the newbie area. Now, they're obviously all going to have an auto attack. This one's going to be, ranged. This auto attack is going to be melee. This one's melee as well. That's ranged. And this one's both. We'll have some sort of like, I don't know, fire knight thing. Maybe it's like a two-handed goblin that shoots fireballs or something. What else we got? And then we also want to like show different things to show. Telegraphs. I don't really need to show too much here. Yeah, so I'm going to make the goblin a two-handed and shoots fireballs. Random targets. So technically that's not an auto attack. That's just a random thing. And then what else? Maybe some sort of like fire. Like turning the enemy away from the group. Maybe I could do a cleave here. For the skeleton, that's pretty much what I want to limit this to right now. I want to go a little bit. I can always add more to these bosses later, but I am limited on time, so I need to pace myself. And I'd rather have multiple bosses versus like if I can get 2 of each of these, it'd be huge. So skeleton's melee. I could also introduce some new animations through MixMO. Excuse me, it's part of the burp. I had soda and pizza. Like maybe a monk, a skeleton monk, would actually be kind of neat. Yeah, we'll do that. Kicks. Roundhouse. Kick attack. And then what else? Is there like a pummel? Like a quick punch? Sort of quick succession of punches. That's too many. Oh, that works. Pummel. Rapid punches. Oh, I mean, this is going to get me excited to put a monk in the game. I had a lot of fun on monks. Never got one super high, but I had a lot of fun with monks in EverQuest. This guy, maybe I'll just do a pet. Let's just make him a dot based. And what else? Just AoE shadow stuff. Damage. Telegraphs. I haven't done telegraphs yet, so that's fine. Bandit. We'll do teleport backstabs on this guy. Teleport backstab. And then what else? What dagger? I could probably do that. Double dagger stab. Double dagger stab. Yeah, that's fine. Spider. Yeah, we'll just do some AoE. These will be maybe nearby enemy. Or can I do a projectile to everything in the area? We'll just do like a multi-projectile frontal. And then poison pools. That's easy enough. For the ghost, it's ranged. I could do some sort of like lifesteal thing here. Yeah, let's make this like interrupts. So this will be like a life drain. Long casting time must be interrupted. And what else? We'll just do like they'll cast some sort of ghost magic projectile. And what else? Need something else. So we shoot projectiles. We do an AoE life drain. Can be interrupted. I could do a beam. I just don't know if I have good beam effects right now. We'll try it. Beam. We'll do like a rotating beam. Rotating beam. A lot of it's kind of programmer art anyways, whatever. Alright. So I might as well just integrate these couple. Actually, no. Let's just go one by one. Excuse me again. Sorry. Soda. Enemies. So we're going to go. First one up is a goblin. So we need a name. What's the opposite of coffee? Because I'm drinking coffee. Coffee. Efok? That sounds a little bit much. Efo. And we're just going to basically take all of the things here and we'll copy it over if it loads. We're going to copy here. And then we're going to mass rename. And now we got to hook up a bunch of these things and reset them. Alright, first things first. Action Manager kit is EFO within that kit. going to have, so attack. On the stack component. Alright, that's the same. Then we go to the spawner. We gotta change that out. What else? So auto actions in, mana drains in, volleys in. Actor spawns fine, kit's set. And the abilities are set to the kit. Loot table. Loot table. And then AI. This looks like it's just extra. Yeah, so I can clearly get rid of that. And that. And then the stat changes. Alright, so what did we set? Let's do some... Yay, no more red. Yeah, I know. That drove me nuts when that stuff happened to me. And, you know, again, because I'm a complete data table driven tech for vertical third, that happened to me a couple times, and it was a mess. All right, so first up is, let's go back to the kit. And so we have a fireball and a cleave. So the auto attack, and then I'm just going to rename this to fireball, which was the mana thing. Rename that to fireball. And I guess I can do volley. Let's do batch rename. And we're going to search for volley and replace it with cleave. And then if we go to the kit, it's right here. Cleave, fireball, that's going to be done. Now cleave is going to be here, and fireball is going to be random. Cleave is going to be part of the normal rotation. Yeah, and there we go. And then I need to set the stats on these. This is the fireball. And the cleave. All right, I think that's all the base stuff set up, and now we can set the look of it. So we're going to change the model to a different goblin. We'll do, I guess the other one's male, so we'll go female. And then, yeah, that's fine. We will obviously drop the bow. I'm going to put this as a sword of some sort. So sword. Oh, come on, W key. Sword, static mesh. Let's get some sort of, excuse me. It can't look too good because it is a low level. That looks a little crummy. This is also going to be on the other hand. Right hand item. Yeah, that's only one-handed. I can't do that one. Could do this thing. Sort of goblin-like. It's weird. It's got like a gunblade look to it. Even the handle is like gunblade-ish from Final Fantasy VIII. Alright, let's give that a shot. Event graph, we're going to do two-handed. And let's just throw this in the game. Give a quick test. Actor spawn, Evo. And it still has the other, it's still using the default of the other abilities, but whatever. Oh, I didn't change the name. I need to make a marker. Hooah. Yeah, he's still using the shoot stuff. Evo. Okay. It's working though. So now we do the auto attack, which we're just going to take, we're just going to do a copy from, who has a basic auto attack? I guess Goblin Warrior is fine. Yeah. We're going to copy that and then paste it. And then change the attack. What we got here? Alright, we're going with this guy. That's fine. And then we need to do the range way down. Range, okay, range is fine. Oh yeah, I updated it, so the range should be good. All right, let me just do this real quick, because this is driving me nuts. This is where they spawn. I could rotate the sword a little bit more to be a bit more on point. I think it needs to go this way a little bit. And then let's get the cleave going, which we can take. We can just copy this auto attack, go to the cleave, paste, and we're just going to, again, look for a different, oh, this is my better version. So I do need to make that the last one. I've fixed the timing a little bit. And then I could do that. Oh, that one's better. Yeah, that one's cool. I'm going to browse to this. We're going to duplicate. Sweep. Or cleave, I guess. Let's name it cleave. And now we're going to fix the timing on this guy. So we're going to go slow until about here, so .6. This starts at .6. And then this we're going to slow down by like .6. So it gives a little bit of animation-based telegraphing, what's going to happen. And then this one's going to be like double the speed until 1.2. And then finally back to normal here. So I'm going to do this until maybe 1 instead. Not even. .3. Or .9 rather. This starts at .9. I can end this a tiny bit earlier. Start this .5. And it seems slightly too fast, like .7. And then I don't need this like extra bit here, so this can end at .6, 1.6. All right, cleave. Put that in there. And this one's going to be a cone. And so I will actually pull this from a different enemy I made, the mercenary, Melinda, because she has a cleave. Where is the cleave? Thorns, pull, attack. Maybe it's just attack. Yeah, okay. Copy that. Back to my cleave. Paste. And then this should be cleave damage. And so let's give this a try. Oh, what's the cooldowns? So this cleave is, I don't need this one to be super fast. We can do like, because newbie area. And then this auto attack is 1.5. I can do like 2 maybe. Let's see if that works. Okay, I need to also look this up because this has effects on it. Copy that. Cleave. And this should have like some sort of hit effect on it. Yeah. Just shows that basically when they hit, they're hitting multiple targets. That. And let me just quickly. I'm gonna copy that for a sec, and then no, I'll just leave it. Whatever. I don't care. I need to reset my live stuff on Blue Sky. All right. Burp. Boom. There's some of that screen shake already. Boom. But then every target that gets hit is going to also be red. And then let me see if the kit. Let me try linear. Okay, that's supposed to be like that. I guess the fireball. What's the cooldown on this? Okay. Might need to make it slightly longer. We'll see. Seems to be fine though. All right. So now we're going to do. Let's get a target dummy. All right, this one. Ally. And then the fireball. I'm literally going to take this from the mage, the player mage. I mean, technically, I don't even need to do that. I just need to take the. I literally just need to take the effect. Because he's literally shooting an arrow right now. I think I just need to take that. And change the animation. So let's look for a cast. Two-handed cast is probably fine. And then no cast time really. We will do a delay. Maybe like 0.5 second delay. Or what's the 0.27? Okay, that's not working what I want. How is that? That's why. And then I don't think I need any type of input lock. Let's give that a shot. Oh, I have to fix the move to. That's not what I want to click. Put this to like 125. Okay. And then on the mage fireball, we're going to go actually to rotation set 3 mage fireball. And I think I'm just going to take the whole thing and go to EFO fireball and paste. And then this is 0. Targeting is 3,000. And then, yeah, I need to, I won't do a dot though. I'll just put this back to EFO, stat change, EFO, fireball. And we're just going to do a fire check. It's going to be instant health. And yeah. Let's give that a shot. It should be an area effect explosion though. So it's like, hey, your team needs to spread out. Don't stack. Boom. Why didn't you cleave? What I need to do? Let's try this. Oh, I probably didn't even set the thing as the right target, that's why. What's going on with the aggro right now? That's weird. Oh, I do need to change the direction on the cleave. Alright, so let's make the fireball a little bit higher and cool down. Yeah, let's do a 10-second cooldown on the fireball. That's kind of what's making it a bit jank. Maybe even 15 seconds. And then the cleave, we'll do 8 seconds. Basically, it's constantly randomly targeting stuff and causing problems. Alright, so this cleave we have to fix here. Oh, I need to put the... Alright, I'll be right back. I need to help my kiddo. I'll be right back. Back. Alright, I needed this setting so I can do my stuff, always on top. Hit play. And I actually don't need 2 screens for this right now. It's actually easier to do it without it. Come on. 1. And then this needs to be set to players. And should hit both of us. And then new editor. And now I can change up the ability while I'm playing. And fix the cleave here. So start angle, let's set this to 0. I should have, there we go. Boom. I think that's about right. Yep. Good enough for me. Now I think I might need to tone down the damage. I don't know. I'll leave the damage as it is. If it's OP, it's OP. Whatever. Alright, so that's the first boss. Designed and implemented. There we go. I'll do loot after. I don't know what I'm going to do for loot. But I might just do stat stuff. Like stat weapons or something. But just have a little more power than usual. And then you get a little bit more sophisticated loot in the next area. Alright. New boss. Patch note. Next one. Skeleton. So let's just start with, I'm just going to just take everything from EFO, effectively. I need to make a folder first. Skeleton. I'm going to name this guy Tauntaun, for no particular reason. Tauntaun, the skeleton. Battery name. EFO, Tauntaun. Name. Tauntaun. And now his manager. Kit Tauntaun. And that. That curve Tauntaun. Actor spawn. Okay, in the kit, I need Tauntaun. I guess Fireball. Tauntaun Auto. Tauntaun Cleave. Which all of these will be renamed shortly. And then did I forget to change the EFO's auto? Guess they don't have an auto damage. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, I think that's loot table. I have to find out if the one thing I hate about data tables is I can't force filtration in like menus. In data objects, you can do a lot of force filtering in certain menus. So I wonder what it would take to implement that, and that could help a lot with just workflow. Tauntaun spawn. Alright. Skeleton. I guess we'll do a bit more of a skeleton. Let's go with this guy. And then we'll do a different material. This guy. That's good. Oh, hold up. That's the wrong character. I want Tauntaun. And we don't need a weapon on him, because he is going to be an auto attack melee. So all I need to do is, again, go back to his directory. His auto attack, we need a punch, which I don't know if I have a punch yet. Yeah, so let's bring up the MMO. We need a standard punch. I think that's fine. I like that. Does that actually switch the hands? It looks like it. Is there an idle? No, there's not. Is it boxing idle? That's a little crazy for an idle. That's way too floaty. That's a bit better. The question is, it's different for placements. Hello, T. All right, to help my kiddo. I have a special needs daughter. She needed a charger. Let's give this a try. It's mainly the feet placements I'm trying not to mess up. That's too weird. Thank you. Like boxing idol. These just don't look like they actually match up at all. I think I'm just gonna try this one. Target height, raise that a little. Range. I like a little bit of the telegraphing going on here. Style. Nah. That looks a little lazy. Just a hair. Oh yeah, let's just do that. I'm going to try the reverse with it as well. Oh, I have a boxing thing. XMO, XBot, import. And then we retarget. Cinti core. And we're doing the punch. And create montages for those. I don't need that. Back to our skeleton. We're going to have the auto attack. It's going to have 2 auto attacks. Punch. And we'll do, yeah, that one has to be default slot. That's fine. And we're just going to duplicate this. Tag 02. We're going to trash these for now. And then change this here and then do 2. And number 2, we're going to set the mirror animation. And let's just see what that looks like. This is Tauntaun. This is Tauntaun. That changes a default pose. Yeah. Punch. 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 Okay. Yeah, I do need a default pose of some sort. So I will just have to take what I got. Boxing idle. Does any of these have a lot more? A little more lazy-ish, like a skeleton might be. So yeah, good enough. Do punch idle. The other thing I could do, unarmed, but that's like a very relaxed pose. I could do one-handed maybe, but I kind of like the idea of just integrating a punch setup as well. Might as well just do it. What the? Oh, you chose the wrong one. That's not too bad. I could put a little tiny delay on these auto attacks. So damage feels appropriate. I can also, let's just fix these too. Add some oomph to it. So dot 3, we're going to end this at dot 34. This is the regular punch. And we'll do like a slower play right here, dot 6. And then this one right there, probably do another dot 7. Dot 6. Dot 55. helps the timing a little bit. We don't need to go that fast. A little faster. Yep, that's good. And we'll repeat that on the other side. What was it here? .34, .55. And then this one was what? .6. This was what? .7175. Alright, those are fixed. And then the attack starts at .6. So these auto attacks, to get a little bit of feeling, delay to .6. Little tweaks, little ways to make animations that don't really have the best timing. Helps fix them a bunch. I do that with a lot of my animations, from like Mixigmo and stuff. Alright. And then, what else do we have on deck for him? So melee attack is done. Roundhouse kick. Sure, whatever. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Oh yeah, let me rename that. Kick, roundhouse, 001. That's fine. What else did I have in mind for him? A pummel. Might as well get the pummel now. Punch. Tiny bit of overdrive. Sure. And then back to creating a new folder for kick here. Did not mean to close that out. This one's definitely going to be full body. And pummel probably is going to be as well. And then that one timing is fine. I think the roundhouse I can improve. So end this at .6. Make it about .6 in play rate. Start it at .6. And then end it around 1.2. Nope. Maybe like .9. It's going to be twice as fast. And then finally, .9. Alright, that's probably too fast. We can speed it a little bit more, a little faster. .5 and .5. I'm just going to duplicate this again. Roundhouse kick. This one we'll call, I think that one's, these are fine being named auto attack 1 and 2. They're just a punch. Roundhouse kick. Something screwed up there. Yeah, play with the cooldowns a little bit. We should be able to do like 4-second cooldowns to make sure rotations go through fine. Oh, it's the I need an input lock for like 2 seconds, I think. So he doesn't move during the attack. How long is the animation? 2 seconds, yeah. Alright, good. If I move away during his kick, he doesn't screw up. I'm gonna make these guys a little bit smaller too. Tauntaun size. I guess that's in the actor spawn data table here. Like 1.75. And then same thing for EFO. What? Yeah, we do not. That's in my bag, wherever that is. It's probably on the bench, maybe, or in the closet, counter, something. Okay. Now, what do we want the kick to do? We could do a knockback. And maybe it like tries to get you into ads and stuff. That wouldn't be too terrible. It's also easy, very easy to do. Knockback. Stat change. Yeah, I'm done with that. Boom. I need to time it though. 1 second in. Delay by 1 second. You get it? Oh, it's in the car. Yeah, it's under a sweater in the car. Yep. In the back seat area. I could do a threat diaggro too. Just for the fun of it. Trying to see if that kick timing lands up right. Probably can do a little bit sooner. .8. I checked on my short today. No, it's standing still. 47 views, what the fuck? I need to make his range smaller too. I think that's fine. And okay, now the pummel. We're just gonna once again duplicate the attack. This is going to be pummel. And this one will go to the kit. Once again, put it there. I don't know why I just did that, but pummel. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. And then the first one is a .4, and then about .2 in between. So .4. Oh, this one's .4. And then this one is .2. And I could just literally copy the rest there. They should all be the same. And let's see how that turns out. And now that pummel, though, definitely needs action. So we can end it at .13. We don't need the pass there. And then back to pummel. Oh yeah, what is 1-3. So input lock. We'll do 2 seconds again. And did I set that to full body? I did. Oh, one last thing. Let's do the move speed. Make sure you can't move during it. Burp. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what's going on with the sparks exactly, but it's like lagged or something. I don't know. It seems a little bit weird going on right there. But the pummel needs to be 15 seconds anyways. Like a much longer cooldown. And then the kick as well. We'll set to more like 12 seconds. Otherwise, they're just spamming the kick pretty much. Yeah, make him walk closer. All right. He's pretty much done. I'm good. I'm sold. What else? I think I'm going to take a bit of a break from streaming. I think I need a little bit of refresh, and I'll do some of this stuff offline as well. And hopefully knock out some of these. I mean, I might come back later. I like to have a lot of my boss design stuff just like on my channel so people can watch it. I can point to something of like, hey, look, they're the things I made in this short period of time and implement it. So, so I might be back a little bit later. I just need to reset my brain a little bit. Yeah, I'll be back. Thank you for watching. See you, everyone.